mic on? Is the, oh, okay. Okay, we've reconvened from closed session. Let's open it up. Roll call, please.
Trustee Chin Lau,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here?
Trustee Martin, Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wang,
Here.
Student Trustee Bradley.
Here.
Okay, very good. Item number 3, land acknowledgement. Trustee Silver, would you like to deliver the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Shishikwanga Village and Quiche Nation. Tonight we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also acknowledge the legacy of the African diaspora and recognize that the United States, as we know it, was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows for our collective benefit. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism.
Very good. The Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Chen Lau, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, it would be my pleasure. Please stand.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good. Item number 5, any reordering of agenda items?
I have, I would, oh, I do.
Okay, what is it?
If you would pull item number H11 and
Did you
F,
say H11?
yes, and F1.
H11 and F1.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. F1. Okay. Second, all in favor?
Sorry, is this to approve the agenda as amended for the second, or is it? Okay.
This is to reorder.
To just vote on them separately.
Yeah.
You want it as an action item? Did you want it as an action item or to vote on it separately?
To vote on them separately.
Vote separately.
Okay.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, student trustee?
Aye.
Very good, none opposed, motion carries. Any introductions and recognitions? Okay. Public comments on non-agenda items.
We have 3 comments on non-agenda items. Before we begin, your time is limited to 3 minutes. There's a colored light system. Green means you're free to speak. Solid yellow means you have 1 minute. Flashing yellow means you have 30 seconds. And red means your time has expired. The first of the 3 is Mistress Shaganaka.
All right, good morning. There's no surprise that our Academic Senate President Gina Lopez is continued to be absent. Well, what's new? So I do have a message for Sheila Rose and then Gina Lopez, Amia Walker combined together. I really wish that we can keep our conversation as civil as possible. But when I hear some sort of disgusting political correct attack, political accusation that was nasty and disgusting. If you decide to talk like a politician, specifically a politically correct politician, I have no issue with that too. First of all, I believe they argue that my voice is too loud in the academic senate, and that it scares them, threatens them, and hurt their feeling. So today, Hopefully, I can louder than a champion, 'cause I am a champion. That's my voice when I talk daily in the class, and that's my voice when I talk right here. And then I would like to see that how you can stop me, Sheila Rose. Amir Walker, I believe they said, together with Gina Lopez, said they need more police in the academic senate. So they believe that put more police right there, that will prevent me from speak at the academic senate meeting. But they actually failed to understand that a law enforcement officer is there to protect the law and then constitutional freedom, including my Bill of Rights, freedom of speech. It's actually to protect my constitutional rights instead of violating my constitutional rights. I have asked President Jones for more police officers for the past several decades, but right now, your best friend, Gina Lopez, Amir Walker, Sheila Rose, they requested more police at the Academic Senate, and I fully support their motion. Because there are some sort of uncivilized language and manner in the Academic Senate from the Academic Senate president. It must be stopped. Same language from me feels like it's not allowed. Same language from them feels like you have no issue with that. That's the definition of double standard. You bring more police will never intimidate me because I am happy, always support with more police officers. Amir Walker also talked about trying to remove some non-agenda public comment. Actually, that was Sheila Rose. That's even more interesting. Mr. Gibson, maybe next time you should follow the footstep of your supervisor. You should remove the non-agenda public comment in the Board of Trustees meeting. Let's take it to the next step. Let's make it even more interesting. To continue to violate the Brown Act, to continue to violate the people's freedom of speech.
Thank you. Next non-agenda item is Dr. Bernardo.
In recognition of the Supreme Court issuing a code of ethics for itself, I would like to talk to you about institutional self-policing. We have an ethics problem rampant among PCC employees. In an era of unprecedented disregard for ethical behavior permeating all levels of American society with its toxic effects, currently the person who stands up for the right thing is often belittled, antagonized, or just ignored. When you have an academic senate executive board which has been accused multiple times of violating policy and has planted multiple officers at once on different subcommittees, what is the recourse for people who think there's a problem with that? When one of the committees is the Nominations and Elections Committee, which controls how the executive board is elected, I question a Senate which approved the president and secretary's supplying of their own names to sit on a panel which governs the process of their own elections which are coming up. This is why I've been voting against everything everyone is voting for. I cannot be sure that the judgment of the Senate is sound. I seem to be the only one objecting to things being ushered through and approved by the Senate with minimal scrutiny and consideration of propriety, policy, and yes, ethics. I did EEO training even though I'm an adjunct and can't serve on hiring committees here despite many colleges in Southern California allowing it. In the San Diego CC district, adjuncts are encouraged to participate in hiring. Speaking of San Diego and EEO training, I asked the consultant, what are we to do if HR is the problem? It is all very well and good to talk about equal opportunity hiring, but what if you have a human resources department which, one, either does not care about EEO or actively works against policy so that the end result is the same kind of people and the same kind of perpetual institutional insensitivity from the same kind of perpetually insensate existing employees? I got a response like, there are ways to get around HR, but I question, why should we have to invent creative ways to thwart HR's perpetual obstruction of equity and justice in the hiring process? The answer could be the biggest obstacle to equitable hiring practices is the guy at the top. Bob isn't doing all he can to help diversity in hiring, is he? Is he? I question the ethics of a former president who left in disgrace after suffering 2 VNCs, and I also question the wisdom of leaving in place her most loyal partner in, let's say, crime figuratively. PERB found against PCC's admin in a 300-page ruling where Blazinski's name appears 141 times, yet I find some of that bad behavior didn't end with the departure of EE. Blazinski is still here, who shows contempt toward faculty every chance he is allowed to. Blazinski is still here, whose tactics to influence the Board of Trustees probably feels like strong-arming. Blazinski is still here, promoting his friends and eliminating his enemies. Hang on. Should you have enemies if you're the head of HR? What does that say about you that people don't like you or trust you that much? That people suggest that HR is something more likely to be gotten around than worked with amicably? How about ethics within HR? How about HR's head doing the right things? Asking Bob to show humility in a collaborative spirit is probably like asking a similar but more orange man to comply with a gag order. Never going to happen, unfortunately, unless, I don't know, this institution decides to police its own administration.
Thank you. Next comment, Carlos Tito Altamirano.
Waiting for that green light. Good evening. My name is Carlos Tito Altamirano, and I stand before you today as a proud PCC alum, a veteran of my beloved United States Marine Corps, and a PCC leader who is equally committed to our college's mission and vision, as I am concerned about our ability to live it presently. Over 20 years ago, I enlisted in the Marines right out of high school. After completing my necessary training, I enrolled at PCC the following fall semester. I have learned a lot in those decades about our college, the staff, my peers, and the sheer passion all of the above have to see our students and college succeed while working together to make that happen. Board, I'm here to implore you to not lose sight of the needed collaboration and respect for colleagues and authentic collegiality that are foundational to us living our mission and vision. The board's most recent actions in the presidential search process have called to question that commitment. As we know, this important search process is guided by your own board bylaws, BB 2431. A key component is that the board comply with the various guidelines, especially number 4, which states, all discussions and actions of the Board of Trustees regarding the process to be used in selecting the superintendent president shall occur in an open meeting of the board. Dr. Sonia Christian, the chancellor for the California Community Colleges, sent a letter out on Friday in honor of Veterans Day that stated that because Veterans Day this year falls on a Saturday, the California Community Colleges and its campuses will observe the holiday on Friday, November 10th. Observed means that the colleges throughout the state, including our own, were closed. Why our board chose to have a meeting on that day when no one at the college is working, announced only a few days prior with a posted agenda for that meeting with no attachments of what was to be presented, nor having it recorded, is something that simply does not align with transparency or effective communication. Furthermore, our colleagues at PCC are also feeling unheard by the search firm AGB. In the session I was in, and those that my peers attended, as well as many who were submitted a survey response, one thing was clear. PCC needs a president with previous California Community College experience. That request seems to have been ignored. Not only is this not a requirement, aside from the description of PCC in this job announcement, nowhere under expectations does it actually list the words community college. In the session, it was also highlighted that PCC is a proud HSI. Again, no mention. No minimum qualifications, no real push for someone who was listed in the previous job announcement for president. PC is looking for someone who demonstrates an understanding and experience in the application of equity in all its forms, sensitivity to academic, socioeconomic, cultural, ethnic, and activity-limited diversity of community college students, employees, and residents of the communities served by the district. I can't see. For those interested in making our designation as one of the top community colleges in the country something meaningful with a leadership that will actually show how committed we are to something beyond ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other comments are for Section E and Section J.
Okay. Number 8, approve the minutes of the regular business meeting, October 18th, 2023.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. Any board committees reporting out?
Yeah, Audit and
Yes.
Budget had a meeting. I attended remotely, so, and John chaired the meeting, so I'll have him report out.
In addition to items J10 and J11, which are on our agenda and the committee pre-reviewed and forwarded, we also discussed work comp and our PARS portfolio, or at least we got a report on our PARS portfolio. That's budget and audit. The facility committee also met We went over, in particular, the language of the bond issue, the bond measure, because obviously that is the language that will be guiding our oversight committee and the board on what we are allowed to do. We did have public comment on that, which is always appreciated. And we directed the administration on behalf of the board to start formulating a more specific project list with various rough budget parameters for those projects so that we have some idea of, because we know what was embedded in that bond issue was significantly more than the amount of money that the bond was approved for. So we are now starting to ask the administration to come up with a list of some dollar amounts associated at the high level with some of these various projects to guide us, and us meaning the board, not the committee, but the board, in these decisions going forward.
Okay, very good. Anything else? Excellent. Thank you. Item E, combined consent calendar.
Did we have a public comment for E?
For H.
Oh, excuse me.
Is for H, right?
H5.
Then I'll,
That's embedded within E.
oh, then we
Yeah.
should take it now.
Okay.
Correct.
Why don't we hear public comments on H5?
We have one public comment for H5, Mistress Shaganaka.
All right, good morning. First of all, I support the motion augmentation on LGBT. As an LGBT myself, obviously I'm going to support it. But I want to use this opportunity to talk about LGBT. I want to specifically talk to President Ramirez. Not as a student to president, but as a woman-to-woman conversation. In the state of California, LGBT women are entitled of many rights, and I believe you know that better than me. In the state of, using the example of the Pennsylvania University, and then literally all public college and university across the United States, they are entitled for many, many rights. And using a random example of Leah Thomas, a transgender woman from the University of Pennsylvania, she, you know, has no restrictions using the female bathroom, female shower room, and then practice with all her female teammates. In the locally example, which is Temple City High School, if a transgender woman decides to use the female bathroom, nobody can stop them. So I believe everybody are aware of certain rights that are entitled for LGBT women. For me, I never claim any of those special treatment. I never try to exercise of any of those my entitlement because I listened to mama. My mama told me that when you use bathroom, you should be considerate of other biological women. So whenever I use bathroom, I try to keep you in mind, Dr. Ramirez, Candace Jones, and then I want to make sure you guys feel safe. So I suppress my own gender identity. I oppress my own gender identity to make sure you and every other woman like you feel safe in the bathroom. The only thing I demanded is a gender pronoun. The only thing I demanded is a nickname. Nothing more than that, literally. And you failed to provide that to me. If you remember, if you have a good memory, President Tommy Silver called me Mister for the whole year. But do you believe she knows how to read? If you remember, Alton Wong called me Mister for the whole 3 months. Do you believe if he knows how to read? Until I pray to God, all of a sudden, in 1 month, that both of them are absent. The yellow paper gets to the hands of Mr. Osterling. And then Mr. Osterling addressed the whole board that I become a Mistress Shaganaka, Miss Shaganaka in this board. So I only blame you 50% because the professor who did that to me is your professor.
Thank you. No more comments until J1.
Okay, all right. Approve the consent calendar item with the exception of F1 and H11.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Right. Student trustee?
Aye.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. Okay, let's, F1. Approval of F1.
I recuse myself.
Okay.
Oh.
Any sec,
Sorry, was that?
she recused herself
Okay,
from
so
F1.
motion to approve?
Okay, second.
Second.
All right, student trustee? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good, motion carries. H11.
Note the one abstention for the record. You abstained,
With-
correct?
with the ex- Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
Should
just
I do
noting
that after the vote? Just-
No.
you already
I'm
abstained.
just noting that for the
Okay.
record. Yeah.
Yes. H11.
Motion to approve?
Okay,
Second.
student trustee?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any oppose? Any abstention? Okay, one abstention, motion carries. I. Approval of personnel consent calendar.
Motion to approve?
Okay, any second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any oppose? Okay, motion carries. Action items. Number 1,
We have comments.
okay? Very good, let's open up for public comment.
We have 3 comments on J1.
Okay,
Manuel Gomez is first.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I have a few concerns to share with you all. First, I would like to request that you all actively listen and honor your duties and not treat this public comment like others, such as a venting opportunity due to Brown Act. However, I must remind you all that this is a comment on an agenda item, so I believe you all are granted the opportunity to respond. So I would appreciate some feedback. Thank you in advance. So it is alarming to me that the proposed timeline is just now being publicized and voted on when there are 8 items on this list already completed. This decision sparks transparency issues, at least for me, a current student, and an in-district citizen and resident. It is demoralizing, but also motivating to continue organizing students and people in my hometown to try and hold you all accountable to your duties. The campus was closed from the 10th through the 11th of this month, according to the 23 to 24 academic calendar, right? Yet someone proceeded to schedule a special meeting labeled as a board retreat where no agenda items were listed to improve the board working relations. On a day where our campus community may have been elsewhere due to obligations or federal holiday celebrations. This doesn't improve community relations nor the campus climate that we face. Another request that I would like to propose is that there be a little bit more detail in some of the items, specifically in the item for November 10th. I understand that the search firm may have met with you all on Zoom, but the meeting was not publicized, it was not live streamed. So I think it's pointless to list that it was on Zoom. Also, I would like clarification for the process. As a member who has been appointed to represent Area 3 by Trustee Gibson, which I am truly honored for, I would like to know when it is best for the 7 members to decide which 3 members will be participating in interviews. I think it's a little bit too rushed to be suggested that we select those 3 members tomorrow when it'll be our first meeting. Many of us don't know each other, so I think that would be helpful as well. Thank you. Our responses?
Are we allowed to respond? We're not.
This is an agenda item, so I believe we are allowed to respond.
Respond briefly.
Yeah.
During discussion, so after the comments? Okay.
We have 3 other names: Matt Camaro, James Bowe, Sheila Rose.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity to address a matter of utmost importance to our institution, the selection of a new superintendent president. Today, I stand before you representing the Management Association, along with representatives for the Classified Senate and Academic Senate. We wish to emphasize the critical significance of adhering to Board Bylaw 2431, Superintendent President Selection, and ensuring that our shared governance principles are central to the selection process. Bylaw 2431 serves as a cornerstone for fair, transparent, and inclusive selection process. As we navigate this process, we want to highlight the critical role of shared governance in not only upholding our institutional values, but also fostering a collaborative environment. We urge the board to uphold the principles enshrined by Bylaw 2431 throughout the selection process. By calling a special meeting on November 10th, when the college was closed to observe Veterans Day, and in an off-site private restaurant meeting room with no HR, EEO representative present, we believe the board has already deviated from this bylaw, which requires ex officio participation and oversight throughout the process. Additionally, we feel that the day and location of the meeting deviates from the spirit of the open meeting requirement of the bylaw, and as so few constituents were able to attend. Shared governance is at the heart of our institution, and it is paramount that voices of our faculty, staff, and students are not only heard, but actively considered in the process of appointing a new leader. These perspectives, shaped by daily engagement with our educational mission, are invaluable in identifying a candidate who can effectively navigate the challenges and opportunities our institution faces. As we progress through this selection process, we implore the board to reaffirm its commitment to Bylaw 2431, rectify any deviations, and place a deliberate emphasis on incorporating shared governance input. The success of our institution depends on the collaborative effort of all stakeholders, and by actively involving our community, we can ensure that the selected leader is not only qualified, but resonates with the collective vision of our educational community. Thank you for your attention, and we hope the board will continue to uphold the principles that make our institution thrive.
Thank you. We have a comment for J3.
Well, that's later.
J3? Okay,
Approval of presidential profile.
that's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Emmanuel Gomez.
Well, shouldn't we do that when we get to J3? Because right now we're on J1.
We should.
Sorry, Emmanuel, this is not,
You
we want to hear it. Just, we
Do
should
you want to
probably,
wait until J3?
because we're taking these items separately, right? They're separate items.
They are,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Okay. Action item number 1, presidential search timeline. We have our search consultants here from AGB. Could you please address us at the microphone?
Good evening, President Kwong, members of the Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for having us join you here tonight. It's our pleasure. So we shared with you, is it going to be up on the screen or the timeline? Okay. We share with you. Okay. Okay. So I know, can I make that a little bit bigger? Let's see. Okay. So we are here tonight to share with you 2 documents for your approval, the presidential search timeline and the search profile. And I will start off with the timeline and ask my colleagues here, Janice Fitzgerald and Dr. Jim McCormick, to assist me in any questions that you may have. So this timeline is put together because we want to make sure that the committee and the board and all the stakeholders understand how this process unfolds and what happens at each stage of a presidential superintendent search. It's really important because we have such a large committee, and we want to make sure that everyone understands the time obligation and when committees members will be meeting and what will happen at the meetings. I believe that's really important because people want to know if you're asking for hours of their time, what's going to happen and what's expected of them in that process. So this timeline is designed to communicate that. Of course, you all know that we conducted listening sessions with the PCC campus community, and that included all 10 of the shared governance committees, the Board of Trustees. We had some one-on-ones with individuals that wanted to speak to us one-on-one, and we also shared a survey link for your entire community to answer those same questions about challenges, opportunities, and attributes. And we had 152 responses to that survey. So that process is inclusive, and we really want to thank President Kwong for suggesting those one-on-ones, because that was something that people did really appreciate. So here's the timeline. So you see that we did submit the survey link to campus constituencies. We did the listening sessions. We had the drop-ins. We had the meeting that's been appointed out on on November 10th. And so now we're at the point with the profile. So we synthesized that information from the profile, from the listening sessions. And we were able to synthesize that information and submit it for review and for your marketing and communications team to then wrap around the larger institutional milestones and communications. I say every time you do a search like this, it's an opportunity to brag nationally about what's happening at PCC. And so it's an opportunity to communicate to the nation. This is who we are. This is what we accomplish. This is what we value. And we're looking for our next president, superintendent to join us based on who we are, where we want to be in the future. So that profile has been submitted for your approval and approval. We have a meeting tomorrow, November 16th, with the Screening and Application Reading Committee to go over the process, the timeline, and talk about what's going to happen at each meeting with those individuals. And then we're hoping to be able to launch that search on the week of November 27th. And that would then tell the world about this opportunity. And then we would start recruiting from that point to speak to candidates, to do some calls to individuals, but also we will be sending out communications to different, through our network, to different professionals that may be able to either nominate or may be interested themselves. I'm going to ask my colleagues, do you want to talk about the recruitment process at this point?
Yes, we could. Hi, I am Janice Fitzgerald, and I'm so pleased to be with you. Thank you. Recruiting. Once we have our advertisement, or what is called the position profile, approved by all of you, we consider that the first invitation to anyone who wishes to nominate or recruit an individual to this important position. And we do have the opportunity as well to list this leadership advertisement in a number of publications. You certainly can make suggestions about the ones that we would want to use, but we have identified national publications that will be considered by individuals who might have have interest in exploring this opportunity. And we also take advantage of making contact with associations, national associations and organizations that might have membership that have interest, and that the leadership corresponds with them if we do not do so directly with that entire membership. We also have a list of those groups. Again, we might suggest that you look at them when the communication plan is established, and perhaps you would want to add to them. And of course, you will have hopefully your own search site that interested parties might go to and look at and delve into your website a little more deeply to gain information as they consider the position. That same kind of information will be on the AGB search site as well. Is there anything to add to that?
I don't think so. Jim, did you want to add anything to the recruitment?
Do you have any thoughts about it? how we recruit. What I did not add, and I might say my colleague Jim McCormick, who has been around for a while as a two-time chancellor and president of an institution, still in touch with many, many people across the country. We do a lot of hand-holding and telephone calling, a lot. We do not have a kind of stable or pool of individuals to whom we go to and kind of regurgitate for our positions that are open. We don't do that. We start anew. And with Pasadena City College, we are particularly excited about starting anew. Okay,
And
sorry,
so,
Jim.
and this is about the timeline. Jen, did you want to add anything more about the
To
timeline?
recruiting.
Okay.
Good.
So once again, here's the details. And we also, AGB, we have a network of search consultants, and we all attend conferences and meetings with different constituencies across the nation. And we will also be making sure that when we're in those venues that we're making potential candidates aware of the opportunity. So we take every opportunity to talk about the work we're doing and connect with people and follow up about these opportunities. And so when we get to the profile, we'll say a little bit more about how we use our notes in those one-on-one sessions. So we would hope that we will fill in the week of, when you see the week of on this document, when we meet with the committee tomorrow, we hope that we can solidify or begin to solidify dates so that each of the members of the committee will know the date and time for these meetings. And that's a collaborative process. And so we just want to make sure that everyone has their calendar tomorrow night to make sure that we're all in sync and that the committee can ask us any questions, detailed questions about the process. And as you can see here, the recruitment period will go on for a minimum of 8 weeks. Let me go back up. So the full consideration deadline is February 24th. That date is the date by which we want to make sure that we communicate that the committee will be moving forward in the next step. That's the full consideration deadline. So candidates that are interested, we encourage them, please get your packet in by midnight on February 12th. And after that, the committee will move to select a group of semifinalists to be interviewed. And after that, the semifinalist interviews happen, then the next step would be the campus interviews for the finalists. And you will have, 5 full days set aside for that, for the campus constituency groups to meet with the finalists, for the finalists to do a presentation to the campus community, and really get a feel for PCC, and that's a really important part. So each step of the way, you're getting another piece of the puzzle on these individuals. We'll do background checks, deep background checks that the finalists have to approve, because we want to have time to make sure we elevate any concerns to you, and make sure that the candidates know that we're going to be doing that early on. So if there's something in their background, they should really disclose that up front, because we will find it. And then the week of April 24th, the board is scheduled to visit the location of the final candidate if they choose to do so. And then, and as you see on this timeline, April 24th, 2024, the board concierge appointment of the next superintendent president at a board meeting. And then mid-May or July, the superintendent president will begin work. And then from 2024 through 2025, we will remain connected as a transition support for this new leader. That's a hallmark of AGB. We don't just get you the individual, but we stay in touch. We really did recommend you name a transition committee now so that when that next person starts, they can start on firm footing and not make any missteps. Because even if they are from the community, you still want to make sure through that transition committee that all the constituencies get a chance to meet with the new leader. And so our role is to just check in with that new leader, make sure that you all as a board are, I know you're members of AGB, but we have a vast array of in our knowledge center of tools and resources that boards and presidents and superintendents can use. And so that's part of our transition work as well. So that's the timeline.
Okay, let's open up for questions. Any questions? Trustee Wang.
Thank you for the work that you've done thus far, and I appreciate all that you've prepared for us here to consider tonight. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had as well about where we're going and what we're thinking. And I appreciate this timeline because I think it helps solidify a little bit in my own mind too about where we're going and the direction that we're going in and when things are going to happen, when we're expecting things to happen. And so I appreciate that you said that, first of all, we need to make sure that the interview committee is, reading and interview committee is able to set the dates that they're actually available to do this work. So I appreciate that they have to do that. I would perhaps suggest to my colleagues, and also in acknowledgement of what we've heard today, because we know that scheduling 7-8 people can be a challenge. We've met that challenge in the past of trying to schedule all of us. That when we get to the point where we are beginning to think about scheduling, we do that as much in advance as possible, so that we have those dates also solidified once we get to the, right now might be a little too soon because, we need to get those applications in, and then we need to do these search committee meetings. But, after that point, I think it would be helpful for us as well to determine those dates ahead of time and make sure folks are aware about them ahead of time on, whatever search website that we are, I hope, putting together.
Speak to that?
Yeah, sure.
When the board meets, that's my responsibility.
Sure, okay.
So
Thank
I
you,
will
Trustee
make
Cuomo.
sure that we coordinate that, and I've been thinking about it for many weeks now.
Okay, thank you, Trustee.
So, yes, it's on my calendar. Any other questions?
Okay.
Yes, Trustee Martin.
Okay. Well, my concern is that with the current calendar, the current board will be involved in the process through the end of March, which is everything but the official vote that happens in April. And then what will be a new board of trustees, if I understand the timing correctly, will happen in the April meeting, which means that at least one trustee will get sworn in as his first official action or her first official action. And the next official action will probably be to select the superintendent without having attended any of the interviews and going through that whole process. And I'm not sure that would be the, I'm thinking back at the last election when some of the board transitioned, and there was a period requested by new trustees to get to know the superintendent who was here and was actually on campus and working prior to the election, available, much less someone for a new trustee to vote on who they probably never met. So I think that scheduling sets up what I would call a difficult and uncomfortable circumstance. I floated this with my fellow members of the board just to ponder the consequences of this. I've been pondering the consequences of this, and am open to all their thoughts, all of your thoughts on how to play this differently. It seems like either the new board should be intimately involved in all the last finalist conversations and processes to get to ask their questions and select their superintendent, or because even if you could take the other side, that if arriving on the scene and just being a trustee, and we all remember our first days on the board, and there's just it's a tidal wave of information and it's very overwhelming. Perhaps we go with the seasoned board to make this selection and try to come up with a special meeting date or a time schedule that accommodates the existing board that went through the entire process to make that selection. The last piece that I'll just float is, though we all believe and are guardedly optimistic that this process will conclude with the right selection. It has been known that all searches, there is a potential for failure, which means that some part of the process will all start anew. And though we don't hope that happens, if it were to happen, obviously that whole renewed process would happen on the new board watch. So at least in that circumstance, though again, we hope it doesn't happen, the board would be, the entire new board would be at least available in the interviews and through that whole entire process. So in short, I guess to sum it up, it seems to me that we need to either move the calendar up ever so slightly so that the season board selects, or we need to understand that we want to give the new board the opportunity to be more involved in the process, starting back with board interview semifinalists at that time, and somehow move the process going slightly the other direction. But this kind of splitting the baby in the middle approach that we are on now, in my mind, doesn't seem to be the best one. I hope I articulated that clearly. Seems to me we either need to move it up a month or a few weeks, or we need to move it back what looks like might be 3 months, in order that either the one board or the other is a part of that final deep interview process to make the best selection possible.
Trustee Gibson?
Yeah, I want to express my appreciation for the work on this schedule, on this timeline. I think it's well thought out, and I think that it looks like it's very workable. I hope that we can take some suggestions from the comments, and I don't see that the comments we heard at the podium would require changes to the schedule, but there were some comments that might adjust certain things within a date that I heard. So hopefully we can take those suggestions. But I think the timeline is well thought out, and in response to the idea of moving it forward or backwards, I think that we can make that change in the future. I think that right now we don't know what's going to be the exact results of the first efforts of putting out the information and receiving returns. So I think that once we have a better idea of what's happening, we can then revisit this, the latter part of these dates, and see how then we can adjust it. Because it may prove inevitable that we have to take a certain step. We may have to push it back, or it may be moving faster than we think, and we can move it forward. So I would suggest that I would be in favor of adopting it as is now, with the understanding that we can revisit once we start having some real-world experiences.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. I think it's important that when you adopt the timeline, the candidates that are consider applying is actually watching this board meeting. And they are looking at the timeline, and they're looking at their own careers. They are also looking at their current jobs, and they're looking in anticipation, and we are working in a competitive environment. I know of other colleges that are also actively recruiting. I know of a private college just a few miles from here, that's also actively recruiting a college president. So we are doing our best to recruit the very best candidate that this institution deserves. Our students deserve the very best candidate, which means that we comport with the timeline that meets the expectations of the candidates that are submitting their application, and they know that we follow a process and we comport with that process. I also understand that there's an election, and I understand Trustee Martin's concern. Also be aware that the candidates will be coming on campus, And they will be meeting not only with shared governance groups, they will be meeting the public, and there will be many opportunities for the public to speak one-on-one with that candidate. And any person that is participating in our board trustees election is always welcome to come on campus and to meet the candidate in person and to ask them questions. They can see the resumes. They can spend just as much time with these candidates as much as the Board of Trustees will personally spend with the candidate. And they should be able to gather the information that they need in order to make a decision, and they will have the opportunity to do that in addition to the opportunities that every single member of the public here will have in meeting those candidates. Everybody will have an opportunity to have face-to-face time with each of those candidates and will not be deprived to have an opportunity to know that person. And that timeline can still be followed while giving any political candidate an opportunity to get to know that person. So I think the timeline is fine as is. Any other comments? Okay, very good. All right.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be long, if I may. I just think we need to have a plan. You don't want to start with a plan that you don't like the outcome to if you follow it. So I would prefer to adjust the plan one way or the other and attempt to follow it. Based on the past experience of the seating of the new board at the last election, I would suggest that we try to move it forward a few weeks to let the existing board make the decision from beginning to end, because the existing board will sit in those interview processes where it's the board and the candidates. If the board in its entirety decided to go the other way and let the new board be a part of that process, I'd be fine with that too. But in respect for a quicker, better process that I think now that it's started, I would suggest that we try to figure out a way now to adjust this a few weeks forward. I don't know if we're allowed to, according to the bylaws, and the last thing I want to do is violate the bylaws, set up a special meeting where we announce this is where we're going to make that decision prior to the transition. I'm not sure if the bylaws allowed that, even though I've read them, I don't remember. But I would certainly prefer to go that direction than the splitting the baby direction that we're on.
Trustee Wayne.
I appreciate this discussion, and I would also love to hear from our search consultants on what your thought is on this process. I will just note that I'm pretty sure that in order to appoint a permanent, excuse me, the word's not coming to me, permanent superintendent president, that has to be on one of our regularly scheduled board meetings, and I don't think it can be on a special meeting.
I kind of remember that too.
Yeah.
So I would just hope we could get it then by the March meeting.
But I would love to,
Okay.
I know Trustee Osterling perhaps first, and then I would love to
Sure,
hear
thank you, I appreciate that. So we set up a recruitment window, a precious window of 8 weeks. And so if we were to move this and speed it up, we would lose some of that. And we need to have our due diligence time to do our background checks. And so we don't want to abbreviate those kinds of important steps. And so that's why this timeline is built specifically with those kinds of windows for us to be able to do that kind of work. You know, you have a great opportunity here, and we need that precious 8 weeks to tell the world about it. Talk to people, have them talk to their families, have them think about it. And so those kinds of things that happen in that 8-week period, you're looking for a seasoned leader, and so they don't make these decisions lightly. And so we need that time, and that window should remain that precious recruitment window. So if we were to shorten it, we'd move into that space as also we'd be shorting ourselves on our due diligence, and that's something you really don't want to abbreviate.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Osterling?
This is a good discussion to have. I heard Trustee Martin express his concern that we're splitting it down the middle. I heard our board chair say that we want to set up a schedule and stick to it. This is a long, far-reaching decision that we're going to make. If we had a choice between speeding this up and maybe pushing it back a month or two in order to allow the new board to make the decision, I would be in favor of that alternative. In my experience, when we set up calendars and schedules, everybody in good faith tries to hit them, but calendars and schedules tend to get delayed a bit, not accelerated a bit. So if it's possible that there could be slippage on this schedule with all good intent from everybody. And also addressing your comments about a potential candidate being able to come on campus and meet with the candidates. In the past, I believe the semifinalists have been confidential and not disclosed to the public, and only the finalists are disclosed. And so I think that's another point in favor of perhaps sliding that part of the process after the upcoming election and when a new board would be organized. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, Trustee Silver.
Well, yeah, sliding it later where board interview semifinalists, already we see week of March 11th as one of the potential weeks. So if we just adhered to that, took away February 26th to March 8th, I think we would, oh, he's not sworn until April. Never mind.
Correct.
That's what happens in the off-year elections, where this is not a June election, right? This is the primary for the gubernatorial race, so that's why. And we're going to take that up on the Accreditation and Policy Committee in how we schedule the elections.
I think as we get closer to the election, that whoever that candidate is that is in the seat, I need to make arrangements with that person so that they can meet the finalists. Okay, yes.
I appreciate this discussion. I think it's not, I will say, I don't think this is the discussion I want us to be really focusing on this evening, because I think there's other important things that we need to talk about. Not that this isn't important, but I think this is really, I think, as Trustee Chandler mentioned, a quirk of the way our board bylaws are set up. I do agree with Trustee Osterling in terms of if we needed to move a direction on which which direction to move it into. Although I think because we still need to set up so many things before we even get to the stage where these semifinalists come to the board, you know, I think back to what Trustee Gibson said about, you know, adopting this calendar as is, since we know that this calendar already has a little bit of wiggle room, and adjusting if we need to adjust at that point. Because what if, you know, on the week of March 11th, we're not even able to interview all of the semifinalists? We're not going to say, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to interview you just because they can't make that 1 week. I would hope. So, you know, I think that I just want to appreciate the comments that were had here in my mind. I'm trying to synthesize them a little bit, combining a little bit what Trustee Gibson said and what Trustee Osterling said in terms of how we approach this important timeline.
Okay.
So, if I may, Trustee Wong, all candidates will be receiving this timeline, so they'll know what's expected of them. And if they can't make their interviews as a semifinalist or a finalist on the calendar that we've laid out for them, that's their responsibility, because we've set up a calendar with an expectation, and they would need to meet that expectation. I think it's better to set up a calendar now that works, that everybody can see, including the candidates, and try to adhere to that, as opposed to marching down the road and then changing the calendar when we know right now there's an issue that we want to push it one way or the other. And we've heard our search firm tell us that it would be a mistake to accelerate the timeline. So I would be in favor of a minor change to this timeline to allow the new board, as it's constituted on April whatever, to conduct the interviews. And it looks to me like that would be a pushback of 1 to 2 months at most. And again, I remind all of us trustees and the entire campus that, you know, we're selecting a leader for a long-term future, and a 1 to 2 month delay to get this calendar right is a small price to pay for an important decision that we're going to be making.
Trustee Silver?
It would only need to be 4 weeks, and I think with the importance of this decision, that is a small amount of time, so that our April meeting is on April 10th, and the board interviews semifinalists could just be moved to the week of April 15th. We do have wiggle room the May, July. New superintendent president begins to work, so there we could compress that just June, July, and we're back on track, just moving everything 4 weeks later.
Okay, I'd like to hear the, comments from the consultants, in particular the competition from other
That's
universities.
what I was going to say. Most presidentials, most of the time, you'll have your new president, you know, starting around July 1st. That's typical, starting in July sometime, because they have to start before the next academic year. So if you back up from that, you know, you will see that there might be some wiggle room for maybe 4 weeks, but that would be about the most, because you don't want to lose people that are made an offer and that might be in this search as well, because generally people are in, you know, especially those who rise to the finalist level. We ask about, you know, what other searches they might be in, and that's not uncommon for them to be finalists in other searches.
I think that's precisely my concern, is you'll have a candidate interviewing at another institution, and wherever they're interviewing at, our competitors might be making them an offer before we even had a chance to interview them, and they will be negotiating, and they will accept it before we had a chance to make the offer. That's my concern. So it's better that we do it earlier, and that we find a way to accommodate the newly elected trustee instead of moving the timeline to accommodate this, that we find ways to accommodate the new trustee to fit into the timeline.
I motion that we approve this timeline as is.
Okay.
Second.
Second, student trustee?
Abstain.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, oppose? Okay, motion carries.
So the timeline's approved?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Mhm.
Let's go to item number 2.
I've never worked so hard to
Oh,
work
you know what?
myself out of an important
How about,
decision, have I?
How about we
To
skip
no
to...
success, but it's okay.
Why don't we skip to item number 3 while the consultants are here, and then we'll do 2 next.
Is that this
That's
profile?
the presidential profile,
Okay.
yes. And,
I have one comment on item J3.
okay, will you allow
Sure.
the member to make a public comment? Thank you.
Emmanuel Gomez.
Okay, hello again. So, I'm curious to know what the 152 participants in this survey had to say. I'm also wondering, how was the data broken down as well? I think the community wants to know, especially because the data was collected through October 27th, as addressed in an email to be expected, and this was sent on behalf of PCC. Unfortunately, the survey didn't reach the Pasadena Area Community College district community at large. I had to go ahead and create a survey link or a link to this survey, post it on my social media to get the word out. A lot of folks were unaware of it, and some people were reaching out late into the evening of the 27th. In that email, it states that the survey would be available until the 27th. So you assume that it's until 11:59 p.m., just like our assignments are here on campus. There was also an attachment that was confusing as well. It said that the survey would be available until, I believe, 11 something in the morning, EDT. So I think there was never clarity on that. This institution loves to use the press to clear up smoke when it's on campus, but never really when the opportunity arises to obtain feedback from the community, unless it's prospective trustees seeking support. Also, how large is that emailing list? 152 respondents from this district that has a city with at least 110,000 residents. I think that's very minimal participation. But like I said, I don't think it reached a large community. So much for outreach or community engagement. But of course, it appears that it's only a priority when we're speaking about enrollment. And as for the actual document that is shared or on this agenda, I just want to suggest a few things. That anything that says equity, that the word racial be placed behind it. And if that's too much for some, for it to say student equity, specify that the priority on this campus are students, especially since we begin to highlight the strengths of this college by addressing racial demographics.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 3, approval of the presidential profile. I'd like to invite our consultants to come back.
Okay. So once again, so the listening sessions were conducted, and we invited individuals to a confidential conversation, and we really emphasized confidentiality, and that no one's remarks would be attributed by name to anyone. And we really do honor that process because it really does engender candor, and for people to feel safe and to speak their minds. And so we were able to get some rich content from you, but our goal is to respect what we said we were doing, and it was confidential. And that's the best practice in these kinds of searches, or any search. When you tell the stakeholders you're going to have a confidential conversation, you want to make sure that the end result does not put anybody's confidentiality at jeopardy. Okay, so we worked with your marketing and communications team, as I said, to get the larger institutional profile. And that's typical because your voice needs to come through, what you value, what you want to say about PCC, what the PCC community wants to elevate to the nation is really something that, we rely on you for. Because one of the questions we did ask people is, why do you stay at PCC? Why do you come here? Why have you been here decades and decades? Tell us what's good's happening here. And so we got some really wonderful narratives around a PCC. But the part that we worked on is the section that starts here about PCC. And so that's where our synthesis of what we heard comes into play. I want to see, can I make that bigger? Well, I think you all have read it, but Janice, do you want to step in there? Or you want to say anything? So about PCC is where we started, and we talked about, some of the expectations, and that are, you want your new leader to be able to know that they will be stepping into these expectations as the next superintendent president. And so this document really does speak to an audience, and we talk to candidates. We use this document as well as our notes to talk to potential candidates about this opportunity. And also, we want the candidates to, when they write their letter of interest, we want them to address what you put here. I always say it's like a hand and glove or a call and response. This is the call. The response is what the candidate pool should be submitting to you with their cover letter and their CV. So it should make sense, right? So then the questions grow from this. Our rubric that we develop for the committee to rate the candidates from grows from this. So it's not a bait and switch. Everything's in line with what we said nationally you wanted, what the candidate spoke to, how well they speak to it, and then when you develop questions, when the questions are developed by the committee, also making sure the questions are in line with what you expect, and making sure that the questions ask the information that is desired. The questions have to, you want to make sure you ask the right questions to get the information that you need. Any thoughts about the profile? Any questions?
Any questions? Very good. Please proceed.
So this section, we talked about, for example, the candidate will have a background and experiential wherewithal to address the following. And Janice, you want to go? I'm gonna.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen the bullets, and that experiential wherewithal really came as a result of talking with so many of the stakeholder groups and reflecting what we saw in the survey responses and reflecting what we heard from you as you shared with us what your expectations were for new leadership. I would want to say that my colleague calls it the synthesizing of everything we heard, or the compilation. We heard many things that certainly were worthy and worthwhile, but if we had a bulleted list of all of those, it would probably number 100 or more of good, important, sound thoughts. So that's why the word compilation is important. We almost took what we heard the most, and that is reflected here. So you see the bullets, and certainly additions that could be made when thinking about attributes and characteristics. We tried to put into the narrative as well. So a good reader of this invitation to apply will know that I carry some of this. I may carry most of it, maybe not all of it, but that's going to be up to her or him to actually rise to the occasion if in fact the individual is selected to be a semifinalist thus interviewed. Do you have any thoughts on the process that we use to indeed listen and then put into words, oral to written word?
Yes, Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, thank you so much for all that went into this, the meetings with people and the surveys and the group meetings and individual meetings. I think one thing that I'd like to see somewhere in the about or somewhere is that it's that we are HSI. So I'd like to see that spelled out somewhere in the about or description. But otherwise, thank you very much for.
You are
for
an
this.
official HSI serving institution, and I think that's very important. Missed it.
And I
Didn't hear a lot of it.
Yeah, it wasn't
No.
listed in the institutional overall. Okay.
No, and in fact, it should be at the top, not as an attribute or qualification, but it should be at the very beginning and the opening and, okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Janice and Kim and Jim, thank you so much for the way that you conducted these listening sessions. I believe that there were over at least 50 conversations that you've had with individuals for those type of one-on-one appointments. And certainly you spent time with the stakeholder groups, 10 stakeholder groups. I'm sure that also equals to more than 50 to 60 people as well. I say this because as a board member who participated in the last search, there is a real difference in how this process is being conducted. One, In the last search, there was an ad hoc committee of board members who led the search. So the entire board did not have an opportunity to speak to the facilitator or the search firm. And so the fact that you spoke to all 7 of us is very different than the last search. In the last search, there was no input from the PCC stakeholder groups publicly and officially to conduct the search profile before the profile went public. So this is another difference that you, and certainly with the leadership of President Kwan, has enacted, is to have this search profile done before the search, and to have the community have input on what it wants in a president before we even go into the search. Third, it's the online survey. There was no survey of any kind in the last search, and here we are with an online search. And certainly apologies for any misunderstanding of the quirks with the link, but there was an opportunity for the community to participate online for this that did not happen in the last search. And finally, and this is certainly, may not have come to your attention at AGB, is that at PCC, there has not been a 360 evaluation of a president in the last 15 years. So this opportunity to speak to the community as to what we want to see in a president, it almost takes the place of an evaluation. And so because the community, and I heard this from students, faculty, and staff, have not had an opportunity to evaluate a sitting president, this is an opportunity for them to say, this is the president that we would like to see. And so in all those points added, this search has been very defined with transparency, with collaboration, and with an eye to ensuring that voices are heard and that there is serious consideration in how the timeline was put together and how the search profile has been put together. So I want to really take this opportunity to commend you and your team, as well as my fellow board members, for sticking with this process. And I want to also thank Dr. Bryce Harris, who's not here, who really gave us the guidance and to let us know that what an inclusive search means. And so I do feel that as we continue this process, let us remember what did not happen in the last search versus what happened in this search, and so that we can continue to come together as a community and to work together to ensure that we select the best leader for PCC. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. I might add, President Kwong and trustees, talking to all of these stakeholders and the individuals and you was not a chore. It's not only part of what we do and should do, but it was enjoyable. It was enlightening. It was enriching for us. We would not have been able to continue or even to shape this kind of document for your consideration without that conversation. It truly was a good thing to happen, and was good for us. Thank you.
Nice, thank you. Trustee Wang.
Thank you. I just want to quickly reference what Trustee Gibson mentioned. I think I just did a quick rereading just to make sure I didn't miss it, but I do think it's important for us to highlight that we are at HSI, because HSI isn't just that we are sure, it is because we meet a certain threshold of Latinx, Hispanic students, but I think it also comes with federal dollars and things like that. That is an important part of the way our institution engages our community and serves, the largest student population. So I think it would be excellent if we can specifically name that in in the third paragraph perhaps, because we're naming a lot of pieces there. I think that would be excellent, and I appreciate that inclusion. And I think from one of the comments that we heard earlier in talking about equity, I wonder if we can include a clause there that, commitment to the ideas of belonging and demands of justice, diversity, and equity, comma, including racial equity, or include, something like that. Another comma of PCC students, employees, and partners. I think that could reflect one of the comments that we heard just now from Mr. Gomez. So I think that those are my two suggestions here.
Can I ask you which bullet point you?
Oh, that was bullet number 2.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bullet number 2, okay?
Thank you.
We'll make those adjustments to our section.
I'm
And
sorry, I
and
can't
then
hear
we
you.
will rely on your marketing communications to mention HSI further up in the document as well.
Great.
Yes. Okay. Any, Trustee Martin.
I have a few thoughts. First, just want to thank you because I think you did a really exceptional job in relatively short space of laying out this profile, because it's obviously very, very demanding position. And as you articulated the hand in the glove, I think you really did a masterful job of that. I would like to see under either the about PCC or strengths of PCC, or wherever you would want to put it, a very short sentence that highlights the fact that that PCC is the host of the Tournament of Roses band. I think that's a really big deal.
It is a big deal.
And to let that slip by, that this person, I read this several times thinking like, did I miss it? But if it's not in there, someplace it ought to say in our strengths or about PCC that we are the host band for the Tournament of Roses and Band Fest. Because that's just too big of something special that's us to get left out.
Yes.
Trustee Martin, are you hoping to see that appropriately so in
About.
the entire institutional profile or in the ad?
No, just add it in there someplace under one of those bullets where you're expressing all the great things about us. And I realize there's a limit to how much great things about us you can express.
Two documents. There's the institutional profile, the entirety of which
Well,
is
I'm
on the
looking-
screen, and then there is the parts of it that are called the advertisement. You want it in the advertisement. You see expectations? That's
Yeah.
going to be part of advertisement.
I'm looking at what was sent out, and I'm reading here.
Probably under the strength.
Under strengths, perhaps, is what I was thinking, but I'll take it anywhere.
Okay, so here's strengths, yeah. And that actually, I think it fits the most appropriately there because you are mentioning, much of what you're proud of about
Right,
your
right.
strengths. And so that section is the section that your marketing and communications people have control over.
Right, and as you said, this is our chance to brag, and that's something we should be bragging
Yes, yes.
about.
Yes, it is.
So if you could slip a bullet in there on that, I'm sure you'll word it close enough to get the right idea, or it can work with Alex or somebody. I'm not. So if we wanted to approve this with the idea that there'll be a sentence in there on that, I mean, I don't have to wordsmith it. I'm not worried about that.
I wrote down your comments, and then
Yeah.
I will relay it with PCC and have them revise this, as well as maybe take some new photos, more up-to-date photos.
And
That's
my
a great-
second comment, because I tried to send this to, my thoughts here to you and our board chair ahead and our superintendent, is that it just seems like there ought to be under expectations I call it, and you will appreciate this, a clause on fundraising and friend-raising. And in some ways, you do a really nice job, brilliant job, on the top of the second column under the expectations, it starts with ability to navigate, build consensus. And that bullet point and the bullet point below it, I think, do a really nice job of expressing the kind of leadership that I'm kind of indirectly referring to. It never really mentions fundraising and friend-raising, and friend-raising is many times the prerequisite for fundraising. So, unless I missed it. Did I miss it?
The fifth
Okay. Okay, competency in budget management, okay, fundraising. I can
fundraising.
accept that. Sorry, I missed it.
That's okay, that's
Got
okay.
caught up in budget and management.
Well, you like the
Yeah.
word budget. So
Yeah, okay. It's there, it says fundraising. I can accept that along with those two others. So I'll withdraw that comment. Thank you.
Trustee Osterling.
I'm going to suggest two more, and I'll preface my suggestions by realizing that this is a great institution with a lot of strengths, and we may not be able to get everything in there, but I would also suggest that we recognize that we've been named #1 in the nation for OER, Open Educational Resources, free digital books to help our students with their budget. And the other thing I would mention is that we have been recognized as one of the top community colleges in the nation for student services, which I think is a really important reason why we're such a successful community college. And I won't die on the hill if those don't get in there, but I think those are other important strengths of PCC.
Very good. Any other comments? I have a quick question. When you put together this profile, which is a result of the online survey, the
All the listening.
the interviews with the shared governance groups, and then the individuals, I'm sure they said a lot of things, but is this a culmination of the major themes?
Yes, it's a combination of the major themes, exactly. What we heard over and over again about, relationships, internal and external. A solid president and board relationship. Someone that can help you build trust and sustainability. And those are the kinds of things that kept coming up over and over again, for example. And so, those are the things that we heard from no matter how people were located, they tended to go back to that. And so that says it's really important to the PCC community that you have a good, strong president that's accessible, good with highly relational, external and internal stakeholders, accessible, someone that is approachable and engaged with the campus community. And then talking about building trust and then having sustainability in the role. And someone who really is a change agent and understands how change is a human process and understanding how humans adapt to change and being able to elevate that kind of talk and elevate that kind of dialogue around change, because we all react differently. There's, that change theory, someone who can really bring that to life for the PCC community and be in dialogue about it.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Want to make a motion with the changes?
I'm sorry, can I
Yes.
make two other quick comments? So I'd like to respond to a couple comments that were made here tonight in public. Number one, to Tito's comment on community college experience. I know when I was asked in the survey as one of the trustees, I expressed it this way, that, I believe that California community colleges are very unique, and it's difficult for someone not connected to the California Community College to really understand exactly what they're getting into. And so, on the other hand, I don't like setting up a lot of parameters on a search that eliminate potential candidates. And what we are really looking for is, is a fantastic leader. And so I think, if you remember back when you were talking to me, I said, it's going to be a higher bar. It's going to be a high bar for someone without some level of California community college experience to achieve this position. I don't want the announcement to be the one that excludes out one of the tail on a bell-shaped curve that honestly could. So I think his point is well taken, but we don't want to make it, we don't want to tie that hand behind our back. On the comments about the meeting, I can basically say that it was a listening session where the consultants through Zoom in a semi-private, noises in the background, expressed a lot of the survey results to us in a rather qualitative form, not so much a quantitative form, though I think there were a bunch of numbers rattled off, and there was no summary written report of the information. I know I was trying to take notes. So I, understanding what I see now, would certainly say I want to apologize for the optics that this occurring on this day, and that next, basically what I heard in those surveys, I would say I would put 99% of that would fall under the general category of good leadership. All the comments that were expressed in total, if to one extent or another, and you can kind of see it coming out actually in this body of this document, the kinds of things that were expressed that you have articulated. I think I'm almost seeing for the first time in writing in this document a good summary of what you said to us. So in short, what I'm saying to people is I do need to apologize. I believe the optics were bad. I wouldn't do it again. But in short, if you got this, you didn't miss much. I remember going home from the meeting thinking, okay, that was interesting. I'm not sure what I'm going to get away with this. I mean, what I'm going to retain from this, because in some ways it was so much information just kind of there. And then when this comes in and I say, okay, this is what was said at the meeting, more or less, in an understandable form that I can hold. So but I do need to apologize for being a part of the optics there, even though I was one that didn't survey for that date because I had another conflict that I had to miss to make it. But I do apologize, and I think you were right. We shouldn't have done that. I, for one, will try to be more careful on those things in the future. But if you got this, you basically got what the meeting said. That would be my summary. Thank you.
Okay, very good. One more, and then we'll, yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt this profile.
Are you making the motion to adopt it or to adopt it with the requested amendments?
With the requested amendments.
Okay.
Second.
Second, student, trustee Bradley?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good, thank you, motion carries. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you, it was our pleasure.
Okay, let's go to item number 3, which is the approval of the screening application reading committee, number 2.
Motion to approve.
Wait, do we have comments for it, or?
It's in your packet.
Oh,
It's
do we
right-
have comments for it? Oh.
Okay.
Second?
Okay. Trustee Bradley?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right. Number 4, nomination of trustee Silver for the Association of Community College Trustees Trustee Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Trustee Bradley?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
May I make a motion to approve Resolution 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 collectively? Oh,
Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Second that.
Okay. Trustee-
no, it's too good to be true because we have comments.
We have some,
we have some comments, so we have to.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mistress Shanakayaka? Why don't you do them one after another? J6 and J13 is what I have here.
No, it's just 6 right now.
I heard 4. Okay. J6. All right. Good morning, President. I have a list. So, message to you. Native American month. So first of all, I think the group members stated this is HSI, Hispanic Serving Institution, but somehow my professor forced me to feel guilty for slavery. Seems like there's a strong indoctrination occurring in the class. I actually did several research right now based on University College London. Estimatedly 56 million Native Americans were killed, wiped out in American colonial history. And in the 2020 census, there's only 1.3% of Native American and Native Alaskan remaining in the United States. And then remember, 400 years ago, that 1.3% is 100%. So I'm really confused about what you do for your student service for Native American students and Native American community. I have been doing my own private investigation on campus for the past several days. I see some Black Success Center, and I want to ask you, where is Native American Success Center? Gina Lopez, Carrie Boland, they talk about getting rid of the segregation. So now your department is running a segregated Black Success Center. Is that the equivalent of Jim Crow segregation? Are you creating more segregation to fight about the segregation? I talked about Black students are allowed, have authority to demand Black counselor, a Black dean, Black professor, to demand Black peer support classes. So what is the equivalent student service for Native American students? Where are they? I have talked about, people are talking about, including my professor, my classmates, talking about Black Lives Matter. When I talk about Native American Lives Matter, everybody call me a racist. I am not afraid to be a racist. I'm not afraid to talk to everybody right now, right here. Native American Lives Matter. Native American students must receive more student service, at least minimum the equivalent of Black student services under your department. I have no idea that Native American students continue to be ignored by you. Native American Lives Matter, and I can say that 100 times more. Every day, all day long, in front of Gina Lopez and Carrie Boland and you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Not till we get to 13.
Okay,
So do we have a motion on the floor?
Trustee Chen did motion.
I'll second.
all right. Okay, Trustee Bradley?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Chen Lao?
I abstain because I'm not sure what we're.
It was your motion.
We're voting on your motion.
Oh, we're still on the same motion. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, all, okay, motion carries. Number 10, authorization to transmit first quarterly financial status report.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second?
Second,
Oh, second?
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Bradley? Okay, motion carries. Number 11, designation of dispersing officers.
Motion to approve?
And
Second.
Second, Trustee Bradley?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good, motion carries. Number 12, approve additions, modifications, deletions to credit and non-credit curriculum.
Move to approve?
Second.
Trustee Bradley?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 13, we have public comment.
Mistress Shanaka?
J13. Good morning, President Jones. Do you remember that you have the most beautiful, angelic, heart-melting smile in this campus? Your smile is absolutely took my breath away every time I see you smile. Absolutely amazing. But when I take a look at the public record on salary, and I can see maybe one reason that your smile is so beautiful is because your salary is one of the most competitive across the California community college system. Maybe that is one reason to make your smile so beautiful. I want to know why that the PCC professors, PCC president, PCC deans, all those administrators receive one of the most competitive salary across the California community college system. But the PCC police officer continue to be the lowest paid law enforcement agency in the nation. I'm sorry, in California. Before, LAPD used to be the lowest paid law enforcement locally, until right now, several months ago, they received a $100 million increase in budget. So right now, they become one of the highest paid law enforcement officers. So what makes your officers anything less than a Pasadena officer, than a deputy sheriff, than a California Highway Patrol? Because those salaries starting at $100,000 minimum. You failed to provide an equivalent tool for those officers, and you failed to provide them a competitive salary among the local law enforcement agencies. One of the example is Officer Liel. I saw him on Monday, he is a San Gabriel police officer right now. I saw him on Monday, and I saw the same amazing, beautiful smile on his face when he sat in that San Gabriel police cars. We had a great conversation. And then he told me he's so amazing, so wonderful with his new job. Why I do not see those amazing smiles from your officer right here and right now? Every time when we're talking about an incident on campus, it makes me heart shaking. The homeless man with the gun in August, you didn't provide any information to the public. The bomb threat, you didn't provide any information to the public. Continue to hide like a Gina Lopez. The marijuana, I actually reported one of the marijuana usage in the bathroom to one of the officers. And then I actually walked with the officer to the bathroom. Before we opened that door, my heart is shaking.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you. Motion to approve the tentative agreements between the PCCPOA and the Pasadena Area Community College District.
Second.
All in favor?
No. Oh, she doesn't vote.
I don't think she votes on this.
Okay.
Oh,
Personnel.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries. All right. Superintendent President's Report.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomez.
I'm pleased to report to you all tonight that the fall semester at PCC has continued to be busy and full of many important events, celebrations, and exciting news. Over the last month, PCC has hosted many wonderful events for our students, faculty, staff, and the surrounding community. And we appreciate our trustees for attending many of these events and programs. Our college could not succeed without your support. Thank you. This month, the college organized a series of events in recognition of Native American History Month, coordinated by our Division of Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice. We also celebrated 30 years of the Shatford Library with birthday cupcakes, a wonderful program, and tours of our exceptional library. We were lucky to welcome a very special guest at the event, Sarah Shatford Lane, the daughter of Walter T. Shatford, a former longtime trustee and champion for racial justice who the library is named after. She's actually a retired librarian of over 30 years, which was interesting to learn. Last week, we marked the opening of our Dr. Jeanette Mann Resource Center. It was a great evening and a fitting celebration of our important work to support foster youth and of Dr. Mann, who has been a champion for PCC and our students. In addition, our Division of Economic and Workforce Development hosted the Future of Work Conference, which attracted more than 200 in-person attendees right in this room, and many more also watched online. The event featured many important conversations and insights on the future landscape of work, and we're excited to continue these discussions. Also, High School Counselors Day brought more than 70 counselors from our local feeder high schools and some from even farther. I asked who was the farthest, and we actually had someone that came all the way from Pomona. So you can tell that PCC is a very sought after community college, and we're getting people from all over the region, not just in the district. They came to PCC to get updates on our programs, our resources, and policies from our outreach and recruitment staff and program coordinators. In addition, we were proud to host the Adelante Youth Conference on October 28th, which brought more than 300 local youth to campus to create community and learn about different career possibilities. Our HBCU Caravan event last month was also a huge success. More than 110 students from PCC and local high schools were admitted. They were actually admitted to historically black colleges and universities that day. And more than 600 PCC and dual enrollment students attended. So we had an amazing turnout. And I know that many of our trustees and many of the folks here today were also there. We were one of 11 community colleges in California to be selected to host this very important HBCU Caravan. And I've heard from many folks that our event was by far the best. So I want to thank our Associate Dean for Transfer and Honors, Tamika Alexander, her team, and all the other campus partners. I know many of us here in this room also were part of organizing this wonderful and life-changing event for our students. Last week, our Veterans Club and Veterans Resource Center also organized an amazing Veterans Day ceremony. We celebrated Veterans Day the same week that we also learned some really incredible news. For the 11th year in a row, 11 years in a row, that means we're starting our second decade, okay? Our second decade. PCC was recognized by the Military Times for being the best college for veterans in the state of California. Yes, #1 in the entire state. This is no small feat. These rankings are the largest and most comprehensive rankings of schools for military service members and veterans. This remarkable achievement is a reflection of the efforts of our Veterans Resource Center, led by Director Carol Calandra and her exceptional, extraordinary team, and our entire PCC community, our trustees, and all of you who support our veterans and their success every day. I'm also happy to share that PCC has again been selected as one of only 150 community colleges from more than over 1,000 across the country to be considered for the Aspen Prize for Community College Excellence. The $1 million Aspen Prize, as you know, is the nation's signature recognition of community colleges. I like how President Obama described the prize. He said, basically, it's the Oscars for great community colleges. So we've been nominated in the category of best community college, and that's amazing. The Aspen Prize, for those of you who I know we've been in consideration in the past, but it honors colleges, and think about the work that we do, the work that all of you do with the support of our trustees. It honors colleges with outstanding achievement in 6 critical areas: teaching and learning, certificate and degree completion, transfer and bachelor's attainment, workforce success, access, and equity for students of color and students from low-income backgrounds. Our selection and this was in the letter that they sent us, is a testament to our college's high, improving, and equitable student outcomes and the hard work of our dedicated faculty, staff, and trustees. We've assembled a team that will be working diligently to prepare our application because we have to sort of make it to the next stage, and I will keep all of you posted as we proceed through this process. Finally, our enrollment numbers for the year continue to climb, and registration for winter session has begun. We're looking forward to sharing more about our strategic enrollment planning during our next presentation and getting our trustees' input. But before I end my report, I'd like to request that we adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Joe Hopkins, a local journalist, publisher, and community leader who passed away late last month and has been a giant in the Pasadena community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have a presentation on strategic enrollment.
Good evening. Pleased to stand up here and talk to you a little bit about our enrollment here at the college and also some things we're doing to help boost it and make it go further.
Closer to the mic.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks. So my name is Alex Buckelhide. I work in the Superintendent President's Office. I'm joined here today by Laura Ramirez, our Vice President of Instruction, and Brenda Evelise, our Vice President of Student Services. I'm going to start off just by sharing a little bit about the current landscape that we are enrolling in. I think it's good for us to have an understanding of some of the circumstances of the world we're working in. Clearly, there are some headwinds in the world of enrollment in community colleges these days. First of all, just to share a tidbit that came out at the end of September, Cal Matters, an online website, reported that this year is the first year that students under the age of 20 have surpassed the population of students between the ages of 20 and 25 at California's community colleges. With that, plus the addition of an older age demographic, we're starting to see some real changes in the students we're enrolling here. And so that's the sense that we are working with a different population than we might be used to here at PCC. We also are in an environment down here with a lot of local competition. Clearly, there are a lot of colleges in Southern California that we work to enroll students with, and we want to make sure we enroll them, and there's a lot of competition out there, so we're making sure we're working against them. It also is working with a smaller size of the pie. You can see there that K-12 enrollment in Los Angeles County is projected by the State Superintendent's Office to decline by more than 20% in about 10 years. So really some pretty fundamental changes in the student body that we enroll here at PCC. In the face of that, we're seeing some adjustments happening across the state when it comes to thinking how to keep enrollments moving. At the legislature and the chancellor's office, that focus has really taken the shape of dual enrollment, encouraging dual enrollment programs that we know we're strong with here, working to streamline transfer degrees and get students into four-year colleges easier, and also upping non-credit. Last month, we saw a great presentation from the non-credit division that covered a bit of what's going on here at PCC in the non-credit area. There is a strong drive to re-engage adults as the labor market changes and folks can find ways to upskill and kind of re-engage there. And then just to finish off this slide, on the right side, you'll see just a comparison chart showing how PCC stands up against some of our fellow colleges here and across the state. This is looking at the changes in FTES between spring 2022 and spring 2023. So these are actual numbers. And you'll see that we're solidly in the top third of the state as far as enrollment growth for the last semester. To talk a little bit more about statistics here, I'm going to hand it to Dr. Ramirez.
So I'm happy to report that for the 23 academic year, our FTS has gone up over 23%. Headcount, we're up about 24% as well as compared to the prior year. Two areas that we've identified which were areas for growth were definitely dual enrollment and non-credit, as you've heard about that before. Dual enrollment showed a 27% increase in headcount from last year, and non-credit had a significant increase of 54%. So we definitely see gains there. More immediately, as we look at fall as compared to last fall, we see that while fall is not over, we're still waiting for our final numbers through the end of the year for both non-credit and our positive attendance. We're looking at about a 7% increase from last fall. And as you can see, winter registration, we're just about at the tail end of our priority registration numbers, and we're already looking at about 50% of what we're expecting before the semester's even over. So that's looking really good. And again, winter, we just started registration. Fall, we're still waiting for our final numbers, but it looks like we're going to be above 7%. If you recall, I did a presentation not too long ago about our funding formula. And so our funding formula has a three-pronged approach. Performance-based funding, right? Still a big part of it, about 70%, is strictly enrollment. About 20% is success and 10% equity. So when we look at those things, how are we responding, right? How are we making sure we're capitalizing on the funding formula? The first thing is FTS, our enrollments. We respond to demand. So looking at our scheduling, do we have enough on ground, online, hybrid classes? What are we doing off campus with our community partners, trying to bridge as many of those workforce partners as possible? We're looking also at CTE. So you may have noticed in the quad, we have some advertising about bringing awareness to our current and potential students about the CTE programs that we offer to make sure that students are getting that just-in-time training for workforce training. So we're increasing CTE offerings, non-credit, again, not only at our Foothill campus, but at many of our partner institutions. And then we look at our approach to student success. What are we doing to help students complete? If you recall, our success numbers are based on awards, completion of math and English, making sure students are finishing those 9 CTE units. And so we work collaboratively across the campus to support our students. We do customized tutoring, instructional support, out of the classroom support via counseling. We have a lot of work together now with student services. We're collaborating very closely to make sure we're meeting student need. We have a lot of things like success teams, our equipo groups, things to support students, again, both in and outside of the classroom, and make sure that we're meeting targets with respect to awards, degrees, transfer, 9 CTE unit completions. And then the last part of that pie is our equity numbers. A big part of equity is making sure that students that are eligible for financial aid are applying and getting that financial aid. So we have a large campaign, you'll hear a little bit more about it in student services, to support students with their financial aid applications, making sure they tap into that, as well as a number of resources outside of our general fund, Title V funding, HSI, our community excellence grants. We have strong workforce dollars and Perkins dollars that support what happens in the classroom with technology, instructional pedagogy, to help for the students, work-based learning, to make sure students are capitalizing and that we're getting as many outcomes as possible. Yes?
Thank you so far for this
Sure.
excellent presentation. This slide, because it's, talking about some ways where we get our dollars from, it kind of sparked a question in my mind that I wanted to keep in the back of my mind, because I know that the way the state is funding is now shifting, right? And similar to what you were just sharing with us, Dr. Ramirez. Which year, and I don't know if this is for you, Dr. Ramirez, or if it's for you, VP Jones, which year is the benchmark year that we're going to be looking at once we move past hold harmless or that kind of crunch?
The benchmark year is 25-26.
25-26. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Since Trustee Wang asked his question, about counseling services, I hear over and over again that it's difficult for students to get an appointment with counseling services. And I understand that we have a comparable ratio of counselors to students, but it's still high, right? Like around 530
Still
or
a high
88
ratio,
to one counselor. What is your team's plan or wish list that you can have, and how can we be helpful to support students trying to get more counseling appointments? And then on the administration side, what can we do to help lessen the bottleneck for students to get appointments?
Right, so we'll never have enough, unfortunately, counselors
Right.
to service students on that one-on-one
Sure.
on demand. It's really tough. So
But how about
some of the
100
things-
to 1 instead of
Yeah.
500 to 1, you know?
So some of the things we're doing are things like our success teams, our FYE program, a lot of the counseling classes that they have now, that Counseling 101, where they actually get one-on-one instruction from a counselor. So there are things we're doing outside of traditional counseling services to make sure students have that just-in-time support. So our success centers, we have counselors embedded there. We have a lot of educational advisors and other staff that support some of the work that can be done that doesn't require a counselor. So I don't know if you want to speak a little bit more to that.
I think our increased collaboration between student services and instruction is also aiding in that, as Dr. Hermitas just spoke on, the embedded piece of counseling. So working with the instructional deans, et cetera, has helped us start identifying where those, as you mentioned, bottlenecks are and how we can better respond to our students. So it's a work in progress for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So as far as dual enrollment, yes, please.
Well, I had a question where we are so far, but there was a day pre-COVID when the limiting factor or the bottleneck for certain enrollments was the time of day. And I'm thinking of a time when Tuesday, Thursday mornings, Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings, all the rooms are taken, departments are competing for classrooms, administrators are making tough decisions which class to put in what available space. And I'm wondering, in the post-COVID, now online instruction, hybrid, declining FTEs era, is that still a case? Is it still a case where some mornings, if you had another classroom, we could fill it?
Yes, that's gonna be the case, I think, even when we have new buildings. And the reason is, students also have lives outside, they work, they have families, and so they want that prime time too. So even if we want to offer classes outside of our traditional hours, they don't make, because students have outside commitments. So we're trying to really tap into things like hybrid education, online education, to make sure that students have access to the classes they need. Looking at things like program maps so that we can forecast ahead of time the classes that students are going to need next semester based on their educational plan, where they are in their plan. So there's a lot of different strategies that we use. But our deans work very closely together to optimize the use of those classrooms. The other piece is that, unfortunately, some of those classrooms are specialized. So if I have a chemistry lab or a biology lab, I can only use it for that type of lab. I can't maybe use it for a regular lecture, right? Or there's equipment in there or a fixed number of stations in there that I'm always only going to have a certain number of students. So we try to balance that as much as possible. With the bond and looking at new buildings, that's something that we've been working on to make sure that we can optimize the use of the classes. But we've been very fortunate that we have made the transition to online, and that has helped alleviate a lot of that. But there are prime times where I don't have enough classrooms to offer every single section of English at that particular time because it's a high demand
I'm going to
class.
just summarize it, because this isn't a question about the efficiency of what you're doing or any of that effort. It's a facility question. And it kind of comes down to, and we used to in days of old refer to this as English 1A sections, that you could, if there was a room available at 9 o'clock on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you could offer an English 1A in there and it would fill.
Right.
And so kind of back to the same, the same way they have the McDonald's hamburger inflation question, what's the price of a McDonald's, whatever. My question would be, is it still a situation on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 o'clock? Is there a space where you could offer another English class and it would fill if you had the space, and the bottleneck is space?
Right, the bottleneck is space at times. The other piece is that looking at offsite locations has also helped. So we do look for outside partnerships, but now we're looking at, do students have access to transportation? Foothill has prime time as well issues. So we've actually had some non-credit classes transition to the main campus because they're at capacity during that time. And they know if they open another class, bring it on to the main campus. And we're trying to capitalize on that by sharing with students, well, now that you're on campus, Why don't you come to our Student Services Center? Why don't you come to the Success Center? Why don't you make yourself available to, avail yourself of other services? So when that happens, we want to use it to the student's advantage.
Finally, and not to be answered tonight if you don't want to, but at a later date, it would be, so I know as we're working through our facility master plan and our bond money, and we have some great projects, that we're in a situation where adding additional classroom space sounds like it would be advantageous, but the trade-off to that is obviously in the use of the bond money and in some state regulations that are looking at ratios of classroom space to other ratios and impacting those formulas that you better understand than I do. So it would be interesting to know at some point in the future, is this and again, back to my simple way of thinking, is this purely a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 to 12 problem? Or is it a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Monday to Thursday, 9 to 12 problem? Or what is the, it sounds like it makes a lot of sense to put up extra classrooms because we know we can fill them. But if you're putting up a classroom and you're only filling it for 2 hours, 2 days a week,
Right.
that's a different question.
That's the balance.
Yes.
So part of that conversation is looking at what our FTS capacity should be, right? So at some point, we need to be able to forecast, you know what? We're going to be a large college at some number. And that's really our sweet spot, so to speak, right? That's when we can service the most students, provide instruction to the most students, and at the same time, be sound when it comes to facilities and fiscal services, right? We need to be a sound institution as well. So we need to have that conversation, I think, internally about where we want to be as an institution. We're not going to be a 30,000 FTS college. That's okay. But if we know what that target is, if we know where we're at our sweet spot, then that's what we need to program towards.
And again, now I'm going to give you another simple analysis here. Let's pretend we're a restaurant. And so we know we serve a wonderful breakfast and the place is filled every morning. And then the question is, is it worth adding extra space when at lunch and dinner we don't quite always have the same, there's already open booths is kind of the little bit of a trade-off that I'm prodding on, not knowing an answer to that. But it would be helpful as we go forward, not just looking at the total FTES, but the target FTES and how we manage that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with the number of booths that we have to serve people in.
And I think that also depends on our programming, right? If we're talking about STEM programs, are we talking about CTE programs? We have an offer, for example, from Meridian. They want to bring in, cars and tools and have us be their educational service center. But by the way, they need 4,000 square feet to put the tools and equipment in the cars. So, we're stuck. We're not going to be able to provide that. But we have to be creative in how we maybe partner with somebody on the outside to provide that type of training. So that's some of the things we're looking at. Can we work with the facilities that Pasadena Unified has that they're not using so that we can provide instruction there? So, and that becomes, again, what type of programming do we want? Do we want to focus on CTE? Do we want to focus on the trades? Do we want our traditional chalk and talk classes, which is a lot easier to build, right? Are we looking at labs? So all of those things we have to really, I said chalk.
Why is this chalk and talk? I've never heard it.
We had never heard chalk and talk till tonight.
We heard it in two different, wait a minute. Who has the patent on this? That's what I want to know. Who's got the trademark on that phrase?
Yeah.
Who said it
Do you have rights with our board chair to use that term?
Candace said it first.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. So
Anyway.
it depends. I mean, there's a lot of variables. So I think that's what we need to, or do we want to grow our CTE program? Do we want to grow our STEM program? Our health sciences, we're talking about a lot of square footage. The other piece is there's regulation, right? So when we're talking about a lab, we have a certain square footage, or we're talking about a regular classroom, it's a different square footage. So all of those things come into play when we're looking at planning our facilities.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so to help with that, we focus a lot on dual enrollment. And one of the things we're doing is we're being very intentional about how we work with our K-12 partners. We're working with private schools, we're working with middle schools, and making sure that our programming is really aligned to their pathway. So, for example, at San Marino, they opened up a health sciences academy. We're offering very specific classes there to make sure their students are prepared for that health science pathway.
And so I get to speak on guided pathways, which is it's an integrated strategy on addressing strategic enrollment planning. So some of the ways that we look at this, one, it touches on what Dr. Ramirez just referred to, our student-centered funding formula. So enrollment, success, equity. It looks at the pathway of the student and what are the pieces what are the support services, what are the instructional services that we need to provide to get our students in and through the college. And so some of the ways that we are doing so is with first year experience. It is not only an extension of orientation, but it's also supporting the student in understanding how to navigate college. What are the pieces? That's part of what College One is about. What are the pieces where students are like, we talked about that bottleneck for a second around counselors. Well, what happens is winter registration happens. We communicate that out to folks, and then suddenly folks are, I got to talk to someone. I got to talk to somebody about what. So part of what FYE, College One, and the work that we're doing is prompting students prior to those peaks, when everyone is suddenly thinking about winter registration, or their next classes, or their next thing that they need to do. Financial aid. So financial aid, when applications get priority, or I guess applications occur, and when to submit and ensure that you're not missing any of the deadlines. So part of Guided Pathways is also looking at our communication with our students. We're gathering a lot of information and figuring out what are the new patterns of students. It is post the start of COVID. We knew our students very well in 2018, 2017, 2019, 2020 to now, they're coming back on campus. We're learning a lot of who they are, one, as learners, and two, as the students that we serve and the community that we serve. And so as part of Guided Pathways is being able to fine tune those strategies in where we support our students. Another part of Guided Pathways is those program maps, which help our students identify their academic plan and where they're at. That's part of scheduling. But it also helps our students know, okay, next semester, this is what I need to take. Next semester, in a year, I need to be planning for this. There's career communities, which help our students really have a support system on whether it's STEM, whether it's arts, those pieces on like, what's our next steps? How do we, what does it mean to be this major or select this degree? And the very last thing is pieces that we're looking forward to. So PCC PM, we do have evening students. It's not just the 9 to 4. And so serving them, one of the pieces that we're discussing within student services is what services do our students need and how? Not just the presence on campus, but also are there ways that we can extend our hours, our services virtually? Do the and versus or. The last thing is look at launching those student success teams that will be our deans, our academic counselors, retention specialists, a team of folks that really start looking and driving into who our students are, almost in a cohort-based model, right? So this is a way that we actualize strategic enrollment planning from the Guided Pathways view.
My apologies, and this probably is either for Dr. Ibelis or Dr. Ramirez about, because I was thinking about the better enrollment decisions and kind of the pathway, and light bulb came on when thinking about this guided exit idea. What is the average duration right now for a student that does complete their degree from the moment they take their enroll and then complete their time here at PCC?
I don't have the specific PCC timeline. I can get that for you. But I would say the average student will take, depends if they're full-time or part-time, depends if they're transfer, all those pieces. That's 3 to 4 years. 3 to 6 is the average for nationally.
Thank you.
Okay, so I won't speak too much more on this because I talked a little bit about it with respect to CTE. So one of our initiatives has been definitely to make sure our students are well aware, current, existing students and potential students, about the different CTE programs we have on campus. We've heard that students may at sometimes say, I didn't know we had an EMT program. I didn't know we had a welding program. So you may notice on the quad, there's nice banners, and we're going to continue to do more outreach and inreach to our students to share with them that these programs are definitely transfer level programs. They're short-term certificates. They lead to high-wage employment. And the most important piece is that the program will allow students to maybe come back and continue their academic career. They're not done, but they need to work. And so that's a great way into the workforce as well as into their academic career. We're working with Pasadena Unified and the City of Pasadena to develop a trade union program. Again, we know that the research is there, the labor market data is there as far as things like construction and plumbing. And again, trying to find facilities to make that happen for our students sooner than later. Some of the new programs we're working on, the EMT program, we're partnering with the City of Pasadena Fire Department to make sure that all the training they do, we can provide their trainees with college credit, and make sure that our EMT students now have a relationship with Pasadena Fire and know what that career ladder really looks like. Health sciences, we're developing new programs like sonography. And as you recall, I talked about data science and how it's really a booming field. Classes are full. The word got out right away, so we're really excited about that.
And then, of course, no conversation about enrollment would be complete without a talk about marketing outreach. That's me talking as the marketing guy here. Just briefly, as a recap of what we talked about in April when I stood before you and talked about our marketing plan, this is clearly a big part of what we do to raise awareness and to have people inspire action to come here and study. The fact I want to point out on this slide the most is just highlighted there in yellow. It's an example of a system we used to help social marketing over the course of fall 2022. Our mission was to find students that we knew were in the process of registering but needed that extra push to get across the finish line. And so we worked with a company called Motomatic, who has a system where they can find those students on their social channels and then serve them ads over time to boost them and sort of nudge them in that direction. And what we're glad to show here, because we have the fine-grained knowledge of those students and where they went, with a $250,000 investment in that partnership, we netted about $2.6 million overall in student revenue in that particular drive. So that's just an example there of how we use some metrics to find out what we're doing here. And then the last bit I want to touch on, I know you all are very familiar with because we've received feedback from you. We've talked about places we should be in the community, and we've done outreach at your suggestion, and we've seen you there. But clearly outreach is a big part of this, creating memorable experiences and boosting engagement with the college, either out in the community or here on campus. It's a lot of fun. It's a big thing we like to do as well. So with that, yes?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
If you had a thought there.
I should have waited.
No, I mean, this Motomatic partnership, that number is just staggering in terms of the ROI. What is the scalability of a partnership like that? How many students are out there that are still left to be uncovered through the partner? Like how could you, is it scalable? Is it something that is a once time type thing? You know?
Oh, it's not once. We've been very fond of Motomatic since we found this kind of ROI on it. I can't say specifically how many times we've gone back to that group, right, because we will find different populations at every term that we want to chase and then turn to them to help us do it. And it's been similar across the way there. We're making a lot of use of that kind of technology to just help get the nudge in that way. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Alex. And certainly on marketing and outreach, we've spent some money in investment, right, on enrollment, such as with Angel City, some of these other partnerships that we have. Do you have some benchmark numbers on those type of engagement events and what the return on those would be?
I don't have those at my fingertips tonight. I'm happy to share those with you as we go on. On the Angel City partnership in particular, because that is what we were here talking about most recently, it has been a phenomenal partnership for the college. Beyond what we received as being the official community college partner of Angel City, I myself have been seeing headlines monthly from the not just the team, but also the league. Women's soccer has really had a lot of successes lately. And the fact that we have been at their side as they have signed the largest streaming deal for women's sports in history that just came out last week, as they have found new leadership as the Women's World Cup took place this summer, it's really been a good thing for us to be along on. But I'm happy to get you more specifics aside from this.
And I have a follow-up question after Trustee Martin.
Sure. Well,
you can follow up now. And then I
Yeah.
think I'm...
Can I just mention something about Angel City? We are at all of their games.
Yes.
We have, 30,000 screaming fans, and we're the only educational partner for Angel City.
Community
So
college partner,
they are
yes.
seeing us every game, and we are pushing the PCC brand and getting people excited. And women's soccer and youth soccer are huge.
Right.
It's, I think, a really powerful brand to be associated with. Probably, I would say, the most powerful brand right now. I mean, yeah, we all love the Dodgers. We all love.
Oh, no, don't. No, until they sign Shohei Ohtani, I know, but until then, you can.
But I mean, I hear about this all the time. People know that I've come to PCC, and they're always telling me, "Oh yeah, you guys are in Angel City. I saw you at Angel City this, Angel City that." And I'm like, "Well, what about PCC?"
Yeah.
It's almost like we're functioning under their halo, right? And right now they are a halo. I mean, it's an exclusively female-owned operation that is in a space that is very unique, and I've been very impressed with it. So
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for contributing. I appreciate that.
I think Trustee Bradley was in front of me.
This actually doesn't have to do with marketing and outreach, so if you guys want to answer your questions first.
Mine's on
yeah.
marketing.
So along those lines of sports, is that we certainly see the value of sports, and we have a terrific athletic department here with our football team, women's soccer, and all our sports doing extremely well. I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity to work with the school districts or local little leagues, soccer leagues, because those are the kids that are in our district that potentially can be part of PCC at some point, and knowing that we have a terrific sports program can also encourage them to have that type of exposure to PCC.
That's a fantastic idea. I appreciate that.
My question is on Dream Come Do. If that's still kind of a tag phrase we're using, are we still using the same kind of color palette?
Color palette, yes. Dream Come Do. I'm sorry, where's there more?
Yeah, just those two together.
Sure.
I'm afraid to say this publicly, but I thought those were phenomenal. I just saw things everywhere, and I associate it with PCC, but I also realized I may not be the perfect target demographic for who we're aiming those to. So my opinion probably doesn't count a lot here, but I thought those were just fantastic, and I was just wondering if we're still doing those, or if we found out that maybe there's a better palette, better phrase, better something else. It'd be fine, I'd believe you, but
I appreciate that. That campaign was what kicked off sort of a major attention-getting effort we put together. You can see the top graphic here is the train wrapped in our graphics, which we really took as a chance to put ourselves forward and make sure that folks knew that we were a bold and bright place that was doing new things. We're currently working under the campaign of Break Barriers, which highlights alums and the folks who've come through PCC and gone on to do really amazing things. Jackie Robinson, Reina Grande, a bunch of people who have come through here to do stuff. But yes, the color palette, the boldness, and the courage we see in those choices, I think, really stand out. Thank you. Okay.
Trustee Bradley?
Oh, Avery, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this presentation. I had actually 2 comments about this, and they had to do with previous things. One of them being personal counseling. I agree with Trustee Chen-Lau in how there's kind of a widespread perception that there's a lot of students on this campus who feel that they can't get the counseling services. And I I know that you're doing the best that you can, and there's not always going to be counseling service just openly available all the time. But I would like to say that you had mentioned how there are a lot more than just counselors to help talk to students about the needs that they need for registration or anything like that. And so if it's possible, I think one of the issues is that there's a problem in perception where they think that, oh, I need this 45-minute counseling referral in order to get XYZ, when this could be possibly answered by a success coach or something like that. And so I would say that a comment on this personal counseling thing is that if you can, I would say to try and focus on, hey, maybe another person can answer that, because I feel like there might be this previous perception where these students are coming from high school and all they had there was a counselor, right? And so they think that that's just the first direct thing that they need to get the answers that they need. But the truth is that PCC has so many more resources than just a small high school may, have. And so I would say trying to repair the perception that, oh, they need this counseling referral is kind of an answer to that bottleneck question. Another thing is that it's really honoring to see that there's a PCC PM campaign for student services. I'd really like to talk to you guys about that because I know there's a lot of student input about the services that we can input during the night because so many students leave there, they're like, I wish I could stay, but XYZ is closed and I have to go home, So I would really like to talk to you guys about that. I know there's a lot of input from students that I've heard who would love some ideas to be put on that. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you for sharing those thoughts. We're in the discussion period, so I'm happy to just encourage.
Question?
First of all, thank you, Trustee Bradley. That was really insightful, so I appreciate your comments. Because we know that dual enrollment and non-credit are two areas of really significant growth, and I know that our hardworking dual enrollment team is small but mighty. What can we do? What are we doing in terms of expanding, whether it's resources, staffing? Because I know that there was sharing of folks between A&R and things like that. Like what can we do to help make sure that they can actually handle this influx so they're not overworked in their capacity?
One of the bottlenecks there is the processing of applications because of the dual enrollment nature of how that's done. One of the things that happened is through the Chancellor's Office, legislation has passed where students, I believe, if I remember correctly, they don't have to disclose or have like evidence of a social security number. That was huge because a lot of that would hold up the process, just the documentation. So the Chancellor's Office with the legislators working on streamlining those types of things, that's going to help. Personnel-wise, we are hiring right now an educational advisor to add to that team. What has really helped also is our dean that oversees dual enrollment was at Rosemead, and unfortunately that site is not there anymore. She has other duties as well other than Rosemead now, working in the library, but that has also helped being on campus and having, I think, that more direct contact with people in student services, admissions, and records to support that. And then we do hire some prof experts to help with just the heavy lift of the paperwork. It's seasonal, right? There's times where it's very intense, and then it kind of slows down. So we're working to look and identify staffing that we may use to support that, to help with dual enrollment. So yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Okay. Announcements by our shared governance groups. Let's start with the associate students.
Okay. Briefly, I just really want to communicate first and foremost, as AS's newly elected president, I want to express my appreciation and gratitude for allowing me to be in this space and in this position. As a formerly incarcerated core scholar, I thank you, and I humbly ask you for your patience and understanding as I continue to navigate this space and in spaces like this. All right, AS business. I'm happy to announce that we just completed a successful homecoming celebration put on by our VP of Campus Activity, Alden Doe. which was lit. It was a pleasure to highlight our fall sports. We are happy to announce that our football team kicked ass. Our VP of Academic Affairs, Sky Lim, hosted the COCO with counselors in a partnership with the Transfer Center. It was an evening where students could receive help with college applications. We also hosted 60 Little Ghosts and Goblins for the Child Development Center annual Trick or Treat and Day of the Dead events on campus. In the next couple of weeks, AS will be working on Relaxation Week events for students. Now, I would like to close with a statement from AS. We, the Associated Students of Pasadena City College, value transparency and inclusion in all actions and deeds. We are committed to supporting a campus community where all voices can be heard and valued. We are concerned that a recent board meeting took place during a time and in a space not readily accessible to our campus community. This off-campus meeting took place while the college itself was closed. This has led to the perception that there is a lack of transparency within the presidential hiring process. We stand by the college's mission as an equity-minded institution, and we encourage you to go above and beyond to ensure that all voices will be heard in this process. Cool. Thank you.
Classified Senate?
Good evening. First, just want to start out we'd like to recognize and thank Felicia Mitchell, who recently retired after 23 years of service to the college. Her work also included the statewide efforts with 4CS and being a leader representing classified needs and concerns for the majority of her career. Here at PCC, she served multiple roles on the Classified Senate, and some of her work still is being used in how we operate today. Update on our, I know we kind of keep coming back to our Lancer Guide program, but I'm just really proud of it. I think it's going really well. Anecdotally, I've spoken with some people who have been, had the opportunity to serve as Lancer Guides for new incoming classified staff. They're enjoying the experience. I've had the opportunity to speak with classified staff members who are on the receiving end of this, and they're anecdotally really loving this experience. It's been a really positive thing overall, so very happy to see that going well, expanding on our new hire orientation that I know our HR department worked really hard on. Want to echo a couple other folks said, just a big thank you specifically to a lot of the classified folks specifically who helped with that HBCU caravan, driven mostly, I know, by the Transfer Center and our outreach team. But I just want to point out that it was a big campus-wide effort, and there was a lot of great collaboration, but especially there were a lot of classified folks that worked really hard on that, and it was a great event. Also want to thank a big thank you to everyone, especially all these classified folks who are working so hard in this registration cycle. I know it's been mentioned already, but we already have over 7,269 students registered for the winter term. Registration's only been open since last Monday, so we're moving pretty fast on that. And then at our Classified Senate meeting today, last point for the board, I'm not sure if this is a space where you can answer questions on this discussion. But we had senators who want to know how we've got our consulting firm selected for this presidential search, and they wanted to understand this selection process a little better so that we can relay the info to our constituents of how we chose this firm and what the specific criteria were for this firm. I know that as part of BB 2431, item 7, the Board of Trustees may engage the service of a consultant to assist with the selection process, and I know that this is not subject to the shared governance process of how y'all came to choose the consulting firm, but if this is a space where y'all can answer what the criteria were for that, then I'd love to be able to take that back to the Senate.
I can address that, or if you like to address it. Sure. We sent out requests for information for a wide variety of firms, and we received, I think, close to 15 responses, and from there we selected, I think, up to 10 for interview. And I think we interviewed all of them in one day, and we took a vote, and we selected this particular one.
Thank you. follow-up question. Out of the 10 that were interviewed, were there firms that interviewed that were considered that have had more experience with California Community College presidential search specifically?
We were looking for a firm that was willing to do a very thorough and diligent search to look for the best candidates available to meet the needs of this district. And that could include candidates that are inside California, candidates that have community college experience, candidates that don't have community college experience. You're looking for the skill set, the objective skill set, the subjective skill set that meets the needs of this district.
Thank you.
The Association of Governing Board is an industry organization that is able to, they have 3 pillars, I believe. They do conferences such as CCLC, ACCT, but they are the go-to association on governance. And so they certainly have the experience, and the reason why that I voted for to select them, and this vote was an open meeting, so it was agendized and it was part of the transparency process, so it wasn't a closed session. And there was a lot of discussion on these firms that came in. And so if you look up the AGB, Association of Governing Boards, you could see that not only do they work with community colleges, but they also work with public universities across the board and also private universities as well. So we wanted to see a firm that has the breadth and the depth of knowledge across the entire education sector.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. The Management Association.
Good evening. First, I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Raquel Torres-Urtana on a successful event celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Shatford Library. In addition, I'd like to recognize Tito Altamirano for his work on the dedication for the Dr. Jeanette Mann Resource Center. Give a kudos to Leslie Thompson and Jackie Javier for their hard work on the successful Future of Work conference. A big thank you to Carol Calandra for hosting and coordinating our yearly Veterans SOS Breakfast. And if you don't know what SOS is, you can ask me after the meeting. It was nice to spend time with some fellow veterans, both students and staff. Shout out to Chris McPeak and the foundation. She's reported to us that there will be 222 students receiving scholarships at this year's scholarship event on December 8th. And a big thank you and shout out to Tamika Alexander for all of her hard work that she put into the HBCU caravan, and a big thank you to all the managers that volunteered to work the event. With over 600 attendees and on-the-spot admission, the support from managers was greatly appreciated. Finally, I would like to reaffirm the Management Association's emphasis on the significance of adhering to Board Bylaw 2431 for the Superintendent-President search, and that a fair and transparent process is followed. As a veteran of the United States Navy, I'm offended that public business was conducted on a day where we are supposed to be celebrating those that have served. I appreciate the apology from Trustee Martin, and I hope that the rest of the board can learn from this going forward, and then in the sake of transparency, that additional public meetings regarding the presidential search be held in an accessible public space where the community can be involved and heard. We urge the board to take the input of our shared governance bodies seriously as we represent the voices of the students, staff, and faculty at PCC, and we expect that the board will adhere to the policies set forth in Board Bylaw 2431 going forward. Thank you.
Having said it.
Good evening. At the upcoming Senate meeting, we miraculously have no board policies or administrative procedures to discuss. We will be taking advantage of this opportunity to return to our Senate-led campaign for liberatory education. We discussed this topic at our retreat at the beginning of fall and have received additional suggestions and support from Dr. Ramirez and the Office of Instruction and from Dr. Gomez. We will be focusing on the liberatory goals for students that will be displayed in classrooms across the campus. The Social Justice Committee is also developing a rubric for our upcoming Ed Talks, which will highlight liberatory practices in the classroom and other instructional settings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. The holiday season is already upon us. Last night I had the pleasure to be invited to the VRC, Veterans Resource Center, Thanksgiving dinner. And by luck of the seating chart, I sat with a veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps who grew up in New York, served in the military, and specifically came out to PCC because of our VRC and what we do for veterans. And this gentleman is going to, his name is Donovan, and he is in product design and headed to Art Center after he completes that work here at PCC. And I learned that he's working with advanced graphical programs and 3D printers right here at PCC. Another gentleman at my table by the name of Aaron, also U.S. Marine Corps, is headed to USC for international business upon his graduation. So very proud of our veterans. Want to thank them for their service and thank them for inviting me to their dinner. Thank you.
Hey, Trustee Martin.
Nothing to report this evening.
Trustee Chen-Lao.
To echo Trustee Osterling, it is the season of Thanksgiving and the season of gratitude. And so I'd like to take this opportunity and thank the many of you who have certainly worked at PCC for a long time and who have dedicated your services to PCC, whether it's custodial services, whether it's student services, whether it's, working with students and faculty and even our faculty members. It is the time to reflect on what we're grateful for. And I certainly am grateful for having Dr. Jose Gomez here. It's hard to believe that he's only been here for 3 months, but it feels like you've been here for a long time. And also to extend my gratitude to my colleagues on the board for going through this search, but also to take very much thoughtfulness as we approach the search for the president and how this search will unfold. And so in honor of this season of gratitude, thank you, and thank each one of you for your continued service to PCC.
Trustee Wang.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the many incredible events and activities that have taken place on campus over the last month, although it feels like it's been a lot longer because of so much that has happened. I was really pleased to join the Veterans Resource Center and the Student Run Club to recognize Veterans Day at our memorial wall. The day before the day before we were closed on campus. I think that was a really incredible moment to share our appreciation and gratitude for the work that those who have served have really exemplified. I also wanted to extend my thanks to ASPCC. I know as mentioned, the crazy amount of work that went in for homecoming week. It was incredibly well received, and I was really glad I was able to join a part of that with the pep rally. It was always incredible to hear an amazing band and see the incredible student athletes share a little bit about their successes and all of their work that they have done. I'd be remiss if I didn't also quickly recognize Dr. Como in her recognition by the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership a couple of weeks ago. I was really glad to join a couple of our trustees there to see that incredible work that EWD does and its real significant impact on our region and our economy. And so congratulations on that recognition, and thank you for all the work that your department has done. I was really pleased to also attend the Future Work Conference, which was just incredibly enlightening in bringing together so many different industries and folks who are really experts in their fields thinking about where we're going from here. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to share appreciation at the the celebration of the Shatford Library. I wanted to thank librarian Mary Wall for giving an incredible tour of the library, sharing little tidbits that I didn't even know about the library. And that was really insightful and helps refresh a little bit my way navigating around that incredible space. And finally, one of the things that was on our agenda today in our contract log was to approve, which we did, a contract in relationship for housing for students that need it on Foothill. I was pleased to join Trustees Osterling and Gibson, and of course Dr. Gomez and Mr. Buckelheid there yesterday afternoon to see that work, that commitment that we need to address the dire need of housing for our students, particularly in this case, those in the most need, that we are able to provide some support, but recognizing that this is an issue that we must continue to address in a myriad of ways to make sure our students are comfortably housed and are able to bring their best selves to campus every single day. But thank you. That concludes my report.
Trustee Gibson.
I want to also highlight the Adelante Youth Conference that Dr. Gomez mentioned. It was great to have them back on campus again. The Adelante Youth Alliance seeks to inspire and educate youth through career exploration, mentorship, and wellness. This conference stands for an embodiment of its mission. They are geared toward students that are aged 12 to 16. So it was great to have so many of them here on campus, and it was great to have the support of the staff and the deans who participated. Really appreciate all the help to bring it back to campus again. It was great that happened. I really enjoyed the kickoff for Native American Heritage Month here at PCC. There was a wonderful program with Dr. Amanda Tasheen, a Navajo Assistant Professor of Education, Leadership and Innovation at Arizona State University. She gave a great presentation and talked about her latest publication, which is Native Presence and Sovereignty in College. So I really appreciate the work done by the staff to organize that event and organize all the Native American heritage events that are happening on campus. Last night, I really enjoyed something put on by the Pre-Law Club and the forensic team, where they organized a forum for Assembly District 41 candidates. So this is, as we've talked about, this is the campaign season, this is the election season. So it was great to have on campus an organized event to see candidates, hear them talk, and hear the students interact with them. It was an amazing performance. So it was great to see the forensics and pre-law students really learn the next step of their development and get ready for the being out there in the political world. So I appreciate it. That concludes my report.
Great. Okay, Trustee Silver.
Wishing everybody a Thanksgiving with people you enjoy being around, and if you don't, just enjoy the experience. I had been trying to see the food pantry, and every time I went by, it was closed, And I am so happy that I was on campus to check books out of our library. Everybody can get a library card, no matter who you are in the community. And I thought I would pop over. So completely unannounced, I walked into our food pantry and was greeted with enthusiasm, welcome, and joy. And I really encourage all to step in there. Deshaun showed me the food pantry with such pride and professionalism. He talked about the stringent food handling procedures that they take to make sure the food is wholesome and safe for our students. He showed me how organized the pantry is. It is small, but they sure pack a lot of things in it. And it is shopping style where students can choose what they want, what suits their tastes. And it was busy. There were students coming in constantly in the short time I was there. So in this season of Thanksgiving, I'm so proud of our food pantry, and I know that they do have turkeys that our students will be able to have. And again, just so much Lancer pride. Thank you.
Hey, Trustee Bradley?
So I also wanted to congratulate the ASPCC Campus Activities Committee and our VP of Campus Activities, Alden Doe, for hosting a wide range of celebrations during our homecoming week. That being the Halloween Carnival on the 31st, a pep rally honoring our PCC athletics teams, and our homecoming ball. I had actually been notified that this was one of the first homecoming balls in a few years, and we had a turnout of over 100 people. It was probably the loudest that I've ever seen the Krebling Lounge. So I also wanted to honor the PCC football team for winning our homecoming game on Saturday, November 11th. Great job. I really hope that the future of our AS events can have just as great of a turnout as all of these did. During my month, I guess, I also enjoyed having a lot of discussions about my own plans as student trustee, that being talk of non-resident student tuitions and sustainability with the new strategic facilities plan. I hope to continue working on both of these issues during my term. And in terms of the superintendent's search, I feel eager and very honored that other members of AS and I have the chance to participate in choosing our future leader. To be part of that process, while many of us are very soon for transferring, is an invaluable part of our time here at PCC. I hope that in this committee, my peers and I will represent our student body accurately, and our future superintendent validates who students want as a leader and the values and mission statements that follow that. That concludes my report.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Como for the award that she received at the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership Gala. It was so impressive that so many people from our PCC community came out to support you, and to I was very proud to watch you receive the award and to watch you to give a speech and to represent our institution and all the great things that you're doing. So thank you very much. I actually spoke at a high school class at Temple City High School to the pre-law club about law careers and those that were interested in practicing law. And not sure if they're going to come back for the next club after that, but showing them the educational pathways and the skill set that's required, which I told them the first critical skill set in the profession is learning how to be a good listener. And I thank everybody for participating in the listening campaign. It is really important that all the shared governance groups had a chance to speak their mind and to share their individual and collective experiences of life here on PCC and what they're looking for. And I thank you for those that filled out the online survey. I know it took effort and initiative, and it took your time, and it took some thought. And for those that did so, we thank you very much for your participation. Your comments are really important to us because it reflects who you're looking for in a leader. And I promise to make a commitment to look towards making a decision that reflects the qualities that you are looking for. For tonight, let's go ahead and move on to item number 2. Any proposed future board meeting dates you need to revise? Seeing none. Any future agenda items you would like to consider? Yes, sir.
This proposed question query, and this probably, I'm going to couch it with a little bit of background here. You know, my day job, as a voting rights lawyer, most of my work is about fairness in our democracy, and a lot of that has to do with practicing constitutional law and defending the values of our Constitution and making sure that our systems of governance represent that. And so, you know, I deeply appreciate and value and respect the liberties that we enjoy in our country, largely in part because of the sacrifices of veterans and those who have served. And chief among those, and the first thing in our Bill of Rights is certainly the First Amendment and the right to speech. And it's so important that we have the ability to hear from our campus community and those that wish to share input with the board. That's paramount to what we have to do. But I would suggest that perhaps we may need to, as a board, consider if there are some parameters that we may want to suggest in that process to make sure that comments are respectful, not targeted. I understand that many public comment processes across governance bodies, such as councils and things like that, require, you know, an open comment that doesn't necessarily target specific people. So I'd like to suggest that as something that perhaps our bylaws committee may consider in terms of how to make sure that we can listen to every perspective possible. That's always going to be paramount, but ensuring that no member of our community is being unduly targeted in that process. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
The two items that I would like for us to consider on the upcoming agenda is one, an update on the centennial. That I believe that this is something that we had discussed as an agenda item, as a possible agenda item since last February. So it would be great if we can get an update on what the progress is and what the timeline is for the centennial. Second item I would like to recommend, and I know that Trustee Kwan, you have also mentioned this, is the a training on shared governance. I hear that phrase come up multiple times and across multiple constituencies. I think it's time that we collectively go through a training on defining what shared governance means and have all our shared governance stakeholders together in a meeting and in a training with the board so that collectively we can ask questions, we can hear information, and we can have perhaps a facilitator help us and guide us to better understand what shared governance means and how it's defined by various constituencies on this campus, as well as what the appropriate decision-making process is. That is...
Is there a third?
No, there isn't a third. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually looking, I've been calling around looking for somebody to facilitate a development program on shared governance.
Great.
And I've also discussed it with some individuals on adding it to the new trustee orientation.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Very good. I like to, make a motion to adjourn this meeting
So
in the
moved.
memory of Joe Hotkins.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Very good. Thank you.
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you.